underway in the underworld today. It's not as crispy a mofo as it's been in many days. It's just a crispy mofo. Let's not crush anybody today. Walking around the hood, we got no yard sale today. That's amazing. Somebody's can got knocked over. How you doing, Ronnie? All right, Ronnie, check that shit out. It should be better. Should be better there now. All right, welcome in, everybody. I'm a little out of practice. I haven't been live since, what, Sunday night? Monday night? I don't know what the hell. All right, maybe that's a little bit better. Papa loves mambo. Ooh, Papa loves mambo. Papa loves mattresses on the side of the road. Let's just all throw our mattresses into the road. Why the hell not, bro? How you doing? Cindy, hello? Let's just throw our mattresses on the side of the road. That's a good old Roseland tradition. Knock it out. We're making more red sauce tonight, ladies and gents. Hack job so. I've already pre-cleaned a lot. It's 10 pounds of tomatoes. As the canning and the harvest goes on, you saw my YouTube short I harvested to start drying those beautiful red onions. Beautiful red onions. What's going on, Panjay? You need some coffee, my man? We have comfortable weather. It's not too, well, I like the heat, but for those that like a more temperate climate, it's a very nice day today. We're going to see if we got just enough here to get this thing out of the sun. Maybe, maybe not. And let's see, another inch or so. We got it, boys. There it is. All right, I'll be back in a second. There it is, boys. I'm live again. Yes, it's been a couple days. The Roosevelt is here. Papa loves mambo, baby. Papa loves mambo. Papa loves mambo. I'm glad to be back. We only got 4 thumbs up. We got 25 people in the chat. Please take a second to hit that thumbs up. Don't be a rat in the chat. All right, we got an Xfinity boy behind us. Let's try not to take out the... Ooh, this guy just cut right across the bow right here. He came from starboard bow right across. Holy smokes, dude. Call your shots. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up button. Take a second to like up the stream. It is appreciated. I don't know if they busted the meat sellers there or not. It doesn't seem to be much selling of big meat going on. I've seen a lot of big meat around. I suspect maybe the city health department shut them down. Papa loves mambo. Papa loves mambo. Oh yeah. It's a nice day, mid-80s. Lovely. Gonna be putting up some more red sauce tonight. Papa loves mambo, 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 boo. The doctor is in the house. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, the good thing about food vendors, Dr. Frankenstein, is that, you know, you kill your customer or the word spreads and your business is dead. So the first rule of thumb is don't wipe out your customer base. Yeah, I mean, I've eaten some mangy crap in Mexico, as you can imagine, and some far mangier crap in China. But the common connector tissue was you don't want to wipe out your customer. It's not good for business, but it doesn't mean that contamination doesn't happen, even by accident. We got all these people stuck to the toilet because of this cyclosporin crap. The pink ladies are out, boys. That means it is August. They just poked right up through the ground, those pink ladies, which is nice. Because I believe in doing some more red sauce. We're going to see if we can put up another quart and a half, maybe 2 quarts tonight. Red sauce. Those San Marzano tomatoes I put up have just been producing like a mofo, man. It's just like, wow. And you saw the YouTube short today. I yanked up my red onions. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. Maybe this good-looking flag girl is up here, or else we have... We don't know, baby. You come down and turn to no, that's not some other guy. Oh, this is shit. She's on the left over there. You're the best, babe. That girl's the best down there. I was like, yeah, I know. What the hell we're doing there? Yeah, she's like my favorite. What the hell are we doing? We got everything all torn up here. What the hell is going on? We got clogged up sewers or what? What do we got here, boys? We got the crab pumper here. We got the crab pumper. Yeah, that, I said that girl's the best, boy. I said, you're the best, honey. She's like, thank you. She's all right, man. I could lose the pink hair, but otherwise it's, you know, it's 10-4. It be in a kitchen tonight. We're going to take advantage of the cooler weather here to knock up the honey wagon. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. Hey, MB. We've had all this action up here. All of this action. Papa loves mambo. You got to cheer on your flag girls out there. There's another pumper, man. Wow. Might got some tight turds in there. I'm not sure. Not the best work to do in August, I can tell you that, because ladies and gentlemen, we are officially in the dog days of summer. Miss Tree, how's your move gone? Those green fields of summer. La dee dee, doo doo doo, la ba boo, boo 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 boo. Not an easy song to hit. You got to get all those half notes in. All right, we got Chevrolet boy. He's just sitting here right in the middle. We're going to offload our personnel. There we go. We know where we're going. That's the sound of the men working on the train. Chain gang. Those green fields of summer. Okay, we got bike boy. All these little sports bikes to do. Oh, wow. Let's see if we get this baby in one shot today. Okay, I missed you guys. I haven't been on a couple days. I was down at the Boston Janus yesterday, trying not to smash the fish tank, getting that moved yesterday. Video to follow. I have a harvesting, processing onions video coming up, another AI video. Hello, Joni. We're going to hope that our temperature is kind of hot. I think we're going to remove the case here. Hold on a second, boys. There we go. If I need to run the cooler, do I got it here? Yeah, I do. I guess we'll just snap this puppy on. Hold on a minute. So let's plug this bird in. This baby plugged in. Oh shit, we only got a solo act here. Hold on a minute, boys. Hold on a minute. We're trying to get this baby set up. That sounds a little bit intense today. Let's see. Let's plug this baby in to this at the bottom. Sorry for all the doodling around. It's still not running. What the hell? Do we not have enough horsepower to run it, or what? Oh well, boys, we'll just have to pray she don't overheat. That's the name of that tune. All right, here we go. Oh, shit. Pardon my language. Man. Gotta be crapping me. I killed everybody right here. There we go. Are you going to stay and play nice, or are you going to dick all around there? All right, let's put the window down. I don't know what the hell happened here. Do I even got a charge on this baby? I got 98% on there. All right, that'll be all right. Let's see. I almost bought a jar of beef bone broth, but it was 6 times more expensive than beef broth. Yeah, I don't play the game. I don't understand the difference between the two. There we go. That thing out of the way, mother. There we go. Get that baby out of the way. I really don't understand the difference between the two, but I'll tell you the truth. I just buy my broth app off of Amazon. The hell, this thing's right in me arse. Oh boy. I buy my broth at Amazon, and they lug it right to the front door, and it's cheap. It's cheap because I use a hell of a lot of broth in a year. We have to make some soup. I don't think we're gonna make it tomorrow night. I don't like to do a lot of. I guess maybe we'll have to do it tomorrow night. We're gonna have to use this chicken that we got from Costco. We're gonna have to field strip it. Get all that schmaltz. I know what happens when the federal government lessens the interest on the debt. I think long before that happens, Dr. Frankenstein, we're at $1 trillion of interest now against $3 trillion of revenue. Some things start happening before that happens, and the main thing that begins happening is that the interest rates start rationing themselves. In other words, we're in a period now where the interest rates are rising. Kashkari, one of the Federal Reserve, on the Board of Governors, said today that he believes interest rates are going to have to rise, and it would be sad if they do. It would really be tragic, and I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag because I'm trying to do special videos this week. But the thing to really keep in mind is they don't have a lot of alternatives. If you have a market that is in a speculative bubble phase, it doesn't really matter. The state of the underlying economy in early, mid, and autumn of 1929, the U.S. economy was weakening dramatically. Railroad car loadings were way down, automobile sales were way down, consumer product sales were way down. It didn't matter. They had to blow the froth off the market, and they ended up raising interest rates and popping the bubble. So in a way, history repeats itself because we're having the same tragic collection of circumstances exactly identical to 1929 that is shaping up right now. So why do they lend money to NGOs? This is a big issue here. This growth of NGOs and other spending is more on a localized type of level. State and local, like in our county, it's terribly abused, all the NGOs that are out there. And each one of them can come before the city council or the Sacramento Board of Taxation, Equalization, and Appropriations and tell the story why we need to have more money for this. And then put up some slides to say, if we can have this, this is going to be the outcome here. Oh, the outcome looks good. Yeah, over the long term, it's going to be a money saver. It's like when they brought in AMR ambulance company here, and they told the city of Santa Rosa and the county, you're going to save a shitload of money. You're going to save fire resources. And they ended up just grabbing people off the street and throwing them in the back of ambulances, whether they wanted to go to the hospital or not, because every time they made a run, it was $2,500. So by the end of their 4-year contract or whatever, they just kicked them the hell out of here. Now my point is, people will come before governmental bodies, which are only composed of people, and sit there and spin a good tune of what we can do if we have this. And it turns out to be much more costly. And it also disincentivizes people too. So it's a big problem. A lot of that has to do with payola too, for political backing, and we saw that goofy former mayor of Oakland, Shing Tao, or whatever the hell her name is. She's going to be in the pokey for a while, man, because of all the graft and corruption and letting out the city of Oakland garbage contract to her boyfriends. It just becomes ugly shit. I don't think I'm on all messages here. All right, there we go. My big concern has to do with what happens at the average, what happens at the mean of our nation, what happens to the average person. Therein, Dr. Frankenstein is a real tragedy today. Because, to be quite frank, you have 85% of the stock market wealth is held by 15% of the people. And what that does is put an inordinate pressure on the rest of society, because they're looked at as something to be trimmed away, inefficient. Like Joni Portwood works in a call center managing reservations and stuff. They see a big bullseye on the back of that job and say, we're counting the days. We're counting the days until we can get rid of these people. We'll pay what it is. Hey, Naomi. Well, of course, she pled not guilty because, her own court strategies probably to delay. But the feds don't bring a case unless it's pretty much airtight and you're pretty much fried. I call her Qing Jiao, not to be confused with the very crappy tasting German beer from China. There's a lot of people that need prayers. Perez Hilton among them. There surely are. But today I've been tearing into the AI and the other aspects of that for the last couple of days. I have one more that I'm going to do tomorrow, and it's pretty much explains why nations swing to radicalism. And I'm going to be covering that off tomorrow because, well, that's a preview of coming attractions. That's what's happened. We've seen some precursors in that with the election of the mayor of New York City. We've also seen it with last night in the Democrat primary in Michigan. El Sayed or whatever is definitely a socialist radical, and these people are getting a lot of attention. So this means that AOC will fit right in. These prayers for Perez. So anyway, that's the deal on that. And people are really stressed out when there's people making $7, $8 an hour on minimum wage and lower. It's not an argument to raise minimum wage. It's saying that all of this funny money and all this money creation on the part of the federal government, it's driving up the price of everything. And it's making it extremely hard when you're of limited means to pay for your car insurance, pay for your housing. pay for your medical care. It's just, it becomes too much. And when people see, these robber barons scraping off the cream of the land, they get a little bit pissed. Let's see. Yeah, well, yeah, I know. That's pretty bad. That's a lot of stuff that's been destroyed in Washington State. I know. The real tragedy, mystery, is how many of these fires end up being set by people. And now you got to worry about the water supply up in Minnesota somewhere. There's some freak trying to poison the water. We did the same thing during the Civil War. Lake Roland, which fed the city of Baltimore water supply in the 1860s, they had to put Union troops all around the lake to guard from people putting poison in, cyanide and poison into the water system. Oh boy. Yeah, they are. Remember with the absence, morality is not, it's not neutral. The absence of good is evil. It's automatic, it's de facto. So if you're not doing good, you're doing evil. There's no middle ground. And I'm quite sure that a very large percentage of people today are very demonically dealing with demonic obsession, if not outright possession. And as I've said a couple years ago, the ultimate triumph of the devil is the almost universal belief today that the devil does not exist. What a powerful playing field that gives. And you'll notice that society only goes one way. It only goes one way. It never moves towards stricter morality. It always moves in the opposite direction. This is why gambling is such an excellent concurrent marker of a civilization that's in decline. And drugs and legalization of marijuana and taxes. And as soon as marijuana became legal, they started taking the THC up to unbelievable levels in it, and thereby blunting a lot of initiative and among people. There's very terrible things that have occurred that are excellent markers. And look at what the average person used to be able to do 60 years ago. They used to be able to go to a baseball game. Oh, no problem. Get a cheap bleacher seat, $2. Take the family, $10. I'm not saying it was cheap, all cheap on a relative basis. But nowadays, look at how elitist sports is. Look at how they put football behind a paywall. Look at how they're putting everything behind a paywall now, that everything costs dearly because of all the funny money that's been created in the economy to allow these super wealthy people to buy sports teams, and then they pay so much money for them that to even make them have them break even, they have to charge a fortune for merchandise, for tickets, and all that crap. Yes, it takes the lion's share. Funny you should mention that, Dr. Frankenstein. Our Sonoma County court building just opened today. Our new $1.25 billion court building opened today. We saw $5 billion to renovate the Federal Reserve so that 5 people can sit around and decide, 10 people, 12 people can sit around and decide whether to raise interest rates or lower them. But a big function of that is you have to have very high-priced labor. You know, everybody's making big money. Yeah, fine Italian, but there's just not that sense of wanting to save money, and that was a real hallmark of the United States until the 1960s, when money started to be pissed away. I mean, they can't even, Dr. Frankenstein, they can't even tell you what the U.S. economy is doing right now in terms of jobs, because over 40% are just gig jobs now. So they've totally lost their handle on the real world statistics. They just have no idea how to measure shit. They ask the same households, is anybody working? If even one person is working 1 hour delivering, Grubhub or something, then they're considered employed. It's a false reality. You got a rising number of people cashing their 401ks right now early and paying the penalties. You've got credit card debt at an all-time high. Repossessions of automobiles at an all-time high. So when they tell you everybody's doing well, they're not doing well. 15% is doing well, 85% is moping along. And that's the reality. And it's precisely because the imbalance of government revenue compared to what it spends is over-consuming in our economy. Over-consuming what the economy was designed to perform at a balanced point of taxation, taxes coming in. That causes tremendous stress on resources. And worst of all, Dr. Frankenstein, as I said before, it kicks the can down the road to kids and grandkids and says, hey, it's your problem now. And they say, well, shit, look at what you got out of it. What are we going to get out of it? You know what, man? You'll figure it out. That's it. See you around. Have a good day. I mean, it's pretty cold shit. And that's pretty cold. That's why I have to laugh at this county and the people that, protest about Gaza and Trump. I'm like, look at what's happening in your own damn backyard with malfeasance and misspending and it's all performative these days, Dr. Frankenstein. There's not an iota of real concern when Code Pink and Ladies in Black and these other groups get out there and claim.
You know what the deal is with these guys?
Are you in one of these California Welcome Center parking spots?
I am.
You're good to go. Nobody's going to bother you.
Huh?
Nobody's going to bother you. That's why I sit here.
Well, I'm just wondering why they're closed.
I
came 2,000 miles to get some maps of the town and the area.
They might be closed on Wednesdays. I'm not sure.
Well, it says Wednesday, May 8th.
Yeah, I don't know.
It says they're closed Wednesday, May 8th. I said, well, that's not even the right fucking date.
Welcome to Santa Rosa.
I just wondered if you knew anything about, the operation here.
Yeah. Welcome
if there's just a bunch of kids that are out fucking around?
No,
or?
it's a bunch of gassy grandmas sitting around in there, but I don't know if they're around. I don't know if they're around today. So.
I had a chance, I guess, to stop 3 or 4 times at the California border for some maps, and none of them were open, and this one's not open either. So it's like, What the fuck is
I don't know.
California
It
doing?
might be.
You know?
It might be tomato picker holiday or something. I don't know. Just dude.
Yeah, I
I
got
wish
you.
I had the
I
answer.
just, I thought I'd ask you.
We
You
celebrate
look
all kinds.
almost
Yeah.
kind of official. You know?
Yeah, we celebrate all kinds of shit here, so I don't know where the hell they are.
Yeah, I got
That's
a
why
bunch
our
of friends that.
That's why our state's in the
supposedly
shape
live
it's
here.
in. Yeah, that's it. That's why the state's in the shape it's in right now. Nobody's working anymore.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, bro. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
And we're getting in the lower and upper class. Afternoon, Cindy. How are you? They're planning to be near. Maybe we're not having. Give them a tour, guys. Listen to Mystery. She's going nuts today on the cussing. You wait till the AI wealth drains out of this state, man. It's going to be people complained about imports from China. Wait till all the AI is imported from China and technology. Boys, this country's like Detroit was in 1970. All right, same target on its back, same dick bird seat, same kind of deal. I don't know who in the hell's in there. I don't go inside. There's nothing you're going to learn inside this place. All right. First thing you're going to learn is the only city in the North Bay that charges people to park their cars. That gives a big finger to local trade and visitations and things. But Dr. Frankenstein, if I'm able to spend, if I take in $300 and I'm allowed to spend $500, I'm not going to hold back at the $300. Shit, I'm going to spend the whole $500, dude. And the economy's not equipped to produce the equivalent output to make it economically feasible to hold the prices steady in the economy to feed that extra $2 trillion. Plus, you got the overlay of, in case you haven't noticed, the fucking world is drying up. Pardon my language. You got the Danube River, where boats that have been sunk since World War II or whatever looming out of the bottom of the Danube River. You got the Southwest drying up. You got England, which is in a terrible drought. They're baking their sacks off in Europe. It's drying up. What's going on, John? I hear you. I don't know. That's exactly why I stayed in the yes. If you have a board call about it, figure and there's too many moving parts right now. There's too much stuff going on that people are not wrapping their entire heads around. And that's why I try to take a 30,000 foot view and say, whoa, get the totality of what's happening here. You have massive threats to, to human life in major parts of the world right now. The water, hey Tess, how you doing? The water situation is really concerning. And I'm not saying it's because it's, the global warming. I'm just saying it could be a long-term cycle that's here. So I don't know but I heard the reason they put children doing their own disability. Disability is something that I've always shied away from because I don't feel like I'm competent to, but I would tell you, look at the history of autism and how autism grew from something that was unknown to just explode in the 2000s. 2000 just went off the chart. And then they started to discover the overdiagnosis and grouping kids into autism and all that stuff. And now look at it. I mean, this is what happens when you allow sociologists and psychologists to run rampant in the world. If they don't have a diagnosis, they'll make one up. okay, to institutionalize and take advantage of any type of human malady. When I grew up, we would call kids that couldn't pay attention and hyperactivity. Like I couldn't stay in my seat. But thank God there wasn't things like Ritalin and other crap to put people on and to keep them calm and all that. Well, it's not just that, Dr. Frankenstein. It's all the curse of psychology. Okay, it's better to classify people because then it becomes a treatable thing. Okay, we had tons of vaccines and stuff. We never had a problem. All right, it was unheard of. And I'm saying what we used to call a lot of behavior problems, and I was in special education training and classroom for 3 years. And what they tried to call learning disabled at that time was behavioral problems. But special education became a dumping ground that regular general classroom teachers could clean off their bad, their problems and dump them into the special education room. It wasn't doing the kids any favors. Nobody's going to tell me anything about kids in special education and all that stuff, not after 3 years. And a year teaching and 3/4 year teaching in Baltimore City public school system. But as far as the number of people on disability is concerned, it's that you don't have these issues in other countries, and this tells you that there's something wrong with the diagnosis of it. Either they're under over there or we're terrifically over. And a young guy maybe plays video games. I can't get out of bed in the morning. I'm depressed or whatever. Well, because you got no focus. You got nothing. You got no. The wolf's not at your door. If your belly was hungry, this is why, evolutionarily speaking, China emerges as a superior society because it doesn't get bogged down in all the carrying the tremendous loads of non-productive society. But you have to be very careful how you temper that. Because I'm a true believer that a civilized society takes care of its own. And that is our responsibility. That may not be what I'm going to have a bear at my window. Yes, too much greed, Cindy. We've allowed corporations to run roughshod. The subscription models to drain people. We've allowed the hyper concentration of corporate power. Look at the restaurant business today. Long gone are the days when restaurants used to pull from local sourcing and people in the back of the restaurant would be cutting up their own vegetables that got dropped off at the back door of the restaurant in the morning at 7 a.m. Cleaning fish. All they do now is open a book for broadline suppliers of everything from paper plates to forks to knives to meats to seafood, from Cisco Systems or from U.S. Foods. One single source that's dominating, because people have written me, Rosie, why do all these restaurant meals taste the same wherever I go now? Hello? They're all pulling the same jalapeno poppers and the same hamburgers that are soy extended. How you doing, Bill? You have to understand it, how the corporate, and then during the pandemic, Cisco's profits went up 120% or something because they bought out every competitor. And they control the whole broadline restaurant business. So, if they want to raise prices, what are you going to do? Start going out and picking up your own shit? And, yes, we can't afford it. The belief that society will take care of it. It was always a false thing anyway, Ronnie. Until 1933, people took care of themselves. They never thought of their care as society's responsibility. They thought, number one, it's their responsibility. Number two, it's the church's responsibility. Yeah, the only original is In-N-Out Burger. McDonald's uses real beef. But like if I go shopping at Safeway and I say, oh, those burgers are kind of a good deal. They got the 10-pack. If you look at them, 30% soy extender in it. I mean, you got to look real closely at stuff that you're buying these days, Cindy. And this is the heart of, getting ripped off by corporations. I mean, this is why Pepsi-Cola, and they're in a panic mode now because people stopped paying $6 for a bag of Doritos, and now they're experimenting with sizes again. And see, I don't know. I don't know a lot about soy. I know people have eaten it in China for thousands of years, but it's probably the way we process it here. I don't know. So the real problem coming up is, how do you transition from a society where people are totally dependent on government and hold government responsible to a society that turns and says, the government says we can't do anything? You think the people are going to go gentle into that good night when they hear that message, when they think to themselves, you boomers sucked the juice out of the lemon and now you tell us there's no juice left? Why do you think we had smaller families? Is it because of overspending on the part of the United States government drove up the standard of living? We never had a problem before. Yeah, I'll tell you now. My bad, soy doesn't cause cancer. Oh, I don't know, Cindy. If I don't know, I don't even know. How are people going to take that? Well, I can tell you exactly how people are going to take that. Remember Occupy Wall Street? You wonder why radicals are getting so much footing, because the message of prosperity for all hadn't trickled down one bit. 90% of the wealth is being captured by 10% of the people. Because we've had federal trade commissions that don't care what type of mergers that they approve, and they don't care about competition. And the real reason is they have the money to lobby Congress and get the votes. It's the way Paramount Pictures is working to backdoor this Warner Brothers deal. Now what's the latest one they have? And Cisco, the big ones, to take over another big company that runs all of the restaurant supply stores that I shop at. What the hell? Now they're going to ram the prices up in those stores. They don't care if they bleed you dry. She corrected herself. History. Corporations have no conscience. When everybody at that corporation, their job is to maximize profit. And if it means cutting people, go cut them. Don't tell me about it. Go get the job done. If you don't do it, I'll get somebody that can. Shit, the profits are unbelievable. So at what point do you say there's something wrong with capturing, for the average person, capturing the prosperity that's out there? There's some disconnect, and the disconnect is not capitalism. The disconnect is government policy. I could have said thus mystery. Oh shit! I got this. I got a cold in my back or something last night. Let's pop one of these babies. Right on my damn backbone. So I tell you, it cannot continue. It's impossible. There's no way it can continue. People dread going to the grocery store these days. People dread opening their mail. Insurance bills, property tax. Cable. Think of what the hell they did, man. They sold you guys on Netflix and cable. And Netflix, you could buy commercial free, right? That was the whole point in Netflix. No commercials. Then they said, oh shit, everybody's making money on ads. What did we do? We cut off our nose to spite our face. Then they raise the price of the non-commercial subscription so high that it forces people back to the ad model. I don't watch news. I don't have a TV. I was down at the boss and Janet's yesterday helping the boss move the fish tank and get some shit done down there. And while Janet was getting dinner on, I'm watching the ABC evening news. I haven't watched news in a year. And I see this news anchor does like 20 seconds of news, then he cuts over to a commercial, does a 20-second story, goes back to commercials again. No, I'm in Santa Rosa, Sean. I've been in Santa Rosa since third week of July. Now charges $1. He charges $1.25 to change address. That's pretty funny. Let's hit that thumbs up button for Mystery. She's in there battling every day, man. So you take people like Bezos and stuff, you better make damn sure you're getting a good deal on Amazon these days, because they're just every time that you buy something on Amazon, they're algorithmically testing you. They're saying, oh, okay, Mystery buys this on a regular basis. Will she still buy it if we pop it up like 72 cents this time? Will she even notice? And they start to customize pricing to your elasticity, your ability to stand it. For both down Monday and never gained ground, zero support from Democrats. I know, I mean, I hear you, Dr. Frankenstein. My real focus is just looking forward and trying to see what the implications of all this have been. And now we have this creaky Japanese yen. It's starting to get steady, boast. Hey, Uncle Sam, you better get in there and get an arm around and get this guy held up a little bit. He's getting a little woozy in there. It's like the whole monetary system looks like it's in the early days. It's just blowing apart. And today, I believe, we see evidence that silver and gold are starting to get their footing for their next leg here. Longest journey begins with a step. It will never happen. If we tried to balance the budget now, it would implode the economy. There's too many people that have built their prosperity on not the $3 trillion that the government takes in, but the $5 trillion that's spent. That $2 trillion of collapsed spending would be catastrophic. The real bugaboo happens, Dr. Frankenstein, when tax revenues decline at the Treasury. As more taxpayers with high-paying jobs that were paying tax. Remember the guy driving an Amazon truck, schlepping around? He's not paying taxes. The government falls. Big problem with that is what takes its place. And that vacuum is never filled with sanity, Dr. Frankenstein. In history, it's never filled with sane, rational discussion. It's filled with insanity, revenge, half-baked ideas that are totally out of line with human nature. No, it's not a straight line to sensible governance. And we're still doodle-dicking around the Middle East. Oh, we'll have a deal on Wednesday or whatever, Tuesday. We're just being played like fools over here. Yeah, thumbs up are appreciated. I mean, tell me how that ends. Yeah, thank you, Naomi. Now you're starting to see the results of an economy that has broken promises. What was the story I saw today that yeah, I mean, it's just there's no trickle down of pay or benefits. I mean, people running Amazon trucks, and Amazon can say, well, it's a third-party company. It's up to them. We outsource delivery to a third-party company, even though that they're using Amazon trucks and wearing Amazon jackets. It's not our employees. So it's you just ensure that you keep the profits, and you socialize the bullshit, the trouble, the difficulties of dealing with employees. Oh, they're not there's right. Frankenstein Incorporated is our designated carrier in the Cleveland area. You have to talk to them. They're the ones that set the wages. Don't come to us. We're just packaging shit up. I don't know, mystery. But think about that. Think about how much distance that puts between you and Amazon, or the people trying to make a living in Amazon. They have no recourse to Amazon now. This is the kind of backdoor humping stuff that corporations like Amazon do. They shield themselves from accountability. They hide behind other companies that are doing their dirty work for them. What the hell does Amazon don't care? Once that package hits that Frankenstein Incorporated, it ain't Amazon's problem anymore. High call volume. We appreciate your call. Please hold for the next available operator. Thank you. Did you hear about our big money saving deal this month at Netflix? Right now, you can order the next year at a secure savings of $18 a month. Corporations have become the enemy of people because they don't have corporate ethics are only as existing as the people that run the corporations are. That's it. That's it. Yeah. If you'd like, we can call you back in 3 days, 17 hours, and 14 minutes. If you would like us to call you back, push 1. If you would like to continue to hold, stay on the line. Hey, NY. So, yeah, like it's like Pepsi-Cola company, Coca-Cola. They don't care what your bills are. They don't give a shit. Progressive auto insurance, Geico, they don't give a shit what your life motto is. So you start putting people under pressure for basic groceries, and they're working 2 jobs just to keep a roof over their head. I mean, it's very it ain't no American dream, boys. And this is more and more people that are struggling under this. I don't like Nutella. So I find that very concerning, because in the seeds of stress is the seeds of revolution. And there's nothing people care more about than their basic security of food, shelter, clothing. And when people are struggling to pay their bills and they're using food banks, which themselves are NGOs and piss poorly run, and you know, Dr. Frankenstein, I think that's the thing that bothers me. Why do we farm out food security to NGOs? Like this Redwood Empire Food Bank, 10 people, not one of those 10 executives making less than $100,000 a year. And this is a mission of basic human need. And already we have $1 to $2 million with benefits and salaries. We're already $2 million in the hole. Then we got to come back to government and say we need more subsidy. Yeah, food and food security. Well, it's an important thing to be around, because even China put out the word. I know you guys don't read the South China Morning Post and the People's Daily and stuff, but you know, crops are getting pretty much scorched to rue in China right now. They're roasting their chestnuts over there. So who knows? Everybody's talking about, oh, this El Nino is going to dump a lot of this. Who in the hell knows? Who in the hell knows? Please hit the thumbs up button. So then when you think about the medical costs, because we haven't even hit the peak spending of the boomers yet on Medicare. That part of the snake digesting that pig is just going into the mouth right now. when they tell you, I'm sorry, we can't do that test on grandma. She only has a 27% chance of making it. No, we have to flip that around to the 78%, 72% chance. But we've already paved the way because we live in a culture of death right now, where life is not valued anymore. So, in a lot of ways, Dr. Frankenstein, big, unbalanced government spending has been the undoing of society here. It's created a country that's in a constant state of stimulus without ever a payback. And next year we're going to be $2.3 trillion deficit. Yeah, we can invest in gold because it's the same difference. When you have a 0.95 perfect correlation coefficient with government debt, that's like being handcuffed. Of course people love it. If you're getting the juice from a lemon that you didn't have to grow, what the hell? It's a dream. But you can't tell me that young people aren't starting to get a little heated up these days. They're starting to say, what about us? What happens when we need a bailout? What happens when we need a stimulus check? Well, I don't know, boys. We'll just wish you the best. Yeah. Well, that's also a conspiracy of contractors too, Dr. Frankenstein. It don't advertise. They don't want people showing up filling out job applications because they would have to hire some certain measure of them, and it's like all of a sudden their work scale goes up. Thank you, Duncan. $10 from Duncan. I appreciate you, Duncan. So you'll never hear construction companies saying, we need people, we need people, we need people. No, why would you advertise it when you know that people that want to work are going to show up? They might not be documented, but they're going to show up. So you don't have that pathway that people understand. This is how you get to a job site, or that it's like a black hole. That's why every time they raid a food company, like the one in Nebraska, that the people were all hiding in the shelves and up on the, hiding out, freezing to death in freezers. How do you train a society to want to work again? Can't sit around with a young person who's talking about how much they're making on Kick, or if I should start an X, or what's my click-through rate on Instagram today. Thank you, Duncan. When I was coming of working age, you couldn't wait to get the hell out of the house. Now, nobody wants to get the hell out of the house. There goes Food Boy. Let's see it. So we're having the rebirth of the extended family again. It's a lot to think about. Yeah, Duncan's a great supporter, tremendous supporter of the channel. I just want people to be aware of what the root cause of all of this is, and it's a form of government we have. That we stop feeling compelled to have a balanced budget. It didn't seem to have any ill effects, so it could grow like a monster, like a little shop of horrors in the back, into a big eat me machine. There's the parking goof. That's why I say the last element in the whole puzzle that has to go is the bursting of equity markets. That's the last one. That's the last one. When the competition threat of AI starts to eat AI. Which is happening right now anyway. I heard foreigners found the food in the grocery stores here is cheap. Yes. But remember what their food is composed of, and most of those people came in from Europe, and they have very strict food laws over there of what they can put into their food. So they're willing to pay a little more so that you're not eating a chicken's ass that's been bleached in, dipped in bleach or something. You have to go far to find cheap food today. Mexico was about 50% cheaper. I'm sure that gap is closed. Nowadays, we have a agricultural deficit. Whoever would have believed? But it's cheaper to get shrimp from Vietnam and India, raised in horrendous conditions, than to, have a clean source of shrimp. Most of our seafood is now imported. And where does our good seafood go? It goes over to Asia. How you doing, Alan Gentry? You at the right wet markets. Food security is going to be a big thing coming up. Big. You'd be surprised how fast surplus stockpiles of food can run out. Another problem, Aaron, is a lot of the feedlots, they're too blistering hot now. You can't stick cattle under the sun and expect them to have an appetite. You ride up anybody that's driven I-5 north from LA to San Francisco, you pass Avenal, and it's a mile and a half of the biggest cattle feedlot on one of the biggest in the nation there. And that's in the middle of 110 degree. Yeah, how much do you want to eat when it's 110 out? So this lack of water is starting to get concerning to me. When I saw the Danube River, that there was boats that were sunk during World War II that have now emerged from the lower water level. That's pretty weird. Yeah, the Harris Ranch. Yeah, you can buy, I'm sure they're pricey. There's no good deal. It's impossible these days. You would think that you go to the feedlot to get a good price. No, you go to the feedlot because they tell you, oh, it's all organic fed and it's really meaty. Miss Tree will be butchering her own hog up there in Asheville. On the hoof, baby. On the chain. Yes, I'm very worried about the water situation. I don't know if Cindy's still in here. They had that huge dust storm that blew through Phoenix. That was really something. F5. They've seen some new way of rating dust storms there at Arizona State University. It was like on a scale of 5, it was 5 out of 5. I think long before data centers swing into mega operation, you'll have these data centers going bust, and these companies will be going bust. Tomorrow, people that own SpaceX inside the company, all those executives are going to have their first chance to unload shares tomorrow. That's just an example of how the public got totally ripped off with the hype of Wall Street. Just totally screwed people that bought it. $200 a share. Hyped it right up. And you know what? There's not a damn thing they can do about it. they disclose, but then the Wall Street hype machine goes into action and people buy it. Oh, the satellites are going to be wonderful. And, oh, we get AI besides that. Wow, what a deal. What a tragedy. And you know what? Nobody apologized to anybody. Business as usual. I hope Melody comes by later. She sent me some pants. I want to open up the bag tonight. It's awful nice of her. Okay, here's delivery boy. Got it all sealed up. We're delivering. Yeah, I'm just saying you would, I guess, you know, greed is greed. Human nature never changes. People just buy all the bullshit that gets spewed out to them. No, the billionaires are the ones that had good ideas that were right for the times. What people don't like and what they don't understand is the distribution of wealth that spins off of that. They think if somebody has a good idea, then everybody should be able to get a piece of that. No, you didn't think of it. But when you're funding a government, it's demanding, you know, the people are demanding so much from governments. That's got to be paid for somebody, by somebody. And when you take a company like Uber Eats and Uber, and they don't do a damn thing except just broker a restaurant meal. You order through their app, through the restaurant menu, and they take 15 to 30% right off the top. So what's driving that? People are driving that. Their convenience. They want to have stuff delivered to them. So who do we blame? And who gets screwed? The restaurants get screwed. Yeah, well, this is, as I said in today's video, or yesterday's Dr. Frankenstein, this is the first boom that's done nothing to lift up the average person. If anything, it's pushed their situation down even lower. It's hyper-concentrated wealth in even fewer hands. And it's made the gateway of competition, the barriers to entry, too high to get into now. So it's hard to effectively compete against Uber Eats or or Grubhub. and drivers were ripping you off. That's what I'm saying. So it drives the need there, or the desire. As I also said yesterday, when you can no longer afford a house, you're 28 years old, you're working 2 jobs, you have 1 day off a week or whatever, yeah, you're more inclined to treat yourself to a concert, a nice meal that's delivered to you, because you're not going to have a house, you're not going to have a nice car. Yeah. That's what I say, Dr. Frankenstein. The world's not going to be properly built from the top down. It's going to be properly built from the bottom up. That is pretty funny. Gotta bring in the hose, Bose. How does it all end? It ends in revolution. That's how it all ends. Oh, I'm sure they are, Dr. Frankenstein. If you'll notice, in the trend of human history in the last 60 years, things have only become increasingly more corrupt every year, because corruption is like a cancer that continues to multiply, and it continues to spread until it kills the host. You'll never see things moving in the opposite direction towards conservatism values. You'll always see things like the next iteration now coming is polyamory. Well, I can love a lot of people at one time, and the kids will be okay, and all this. It's just feeding human desires, raw human desires. That's it. There's no logical basis for it. No ethical basis for it. It's like when you look back at Jack London, America's first great adventure novelist, and a real prick of a guy. The only reason he married, with eugenics all big that then, the only reason he married his first wife was because he thought it was they both believed that they were suited for each other in a genetic sort of way by eugenics. And then the tragedy is they had 2 daughters. And how do you think those daughters felt growing up, knowing they weren't a product of love, they were a product of eugenic thought and experimentation? I'll tell you, a lot of these people that you think are the great people in history are the biggest bunch of evil pricks in the history of the world. And then he has the balls to cut her loose, and then wonder why his girls didn't want to talk to him or have anything to do with him. And you know what? That's a sickness in this county right here, because Luther Burbank was infected just the same. On January 31st of 1926, he went down to the First Unitarian Congregation Church in San Francisco, stepped onto that pulpit to give a speech and said there is no God. There's only eugenic and building a better person through science. That's why I tell you guys, this is one of the darkest counties. You had more sterilizations performed in this county than anywhere, more murder sterilizations here than anywhere on earth. At the Sonoma home, this county just bleeds evil. Bleeds it. Bad stuff, mystery. He got, in the next 10 days, he got 9,000 letters, Luther Burbank. Editorials in papers. Now he would be hailed as a hero. Back then, people had their minds on correct. Their minds were correct. Their morality was correct. Their thoughts were correct. Now he would be a hero. He was under so much pressure. 4 months after that speech, he was dead. Nobody wanted anything to do with him. His sales, his catalog. How you doing, Angus Kisses? Just remember, Dr. Frankenstein, things only ever advance towards more corruption, never less. And if you want proof that human nature is corrupt by nature, there's your proof. People believe whatever bullshit they want to believe that fits the way they want to live in their beliefs at the end. Tailor-made. Yes, things decay. That's correct, mystery. And they decay at an accelerating rate. Let's see, is it time for the... Okay, we got any minute the Mendocino County bus should be showing up. Yes, of course, Dr. Frankenstein, of course it is. Because Christ dared tell people how to live and what to believe. I'm not going to have some guy who may or may not have lived telling me how to live my life, and if I get married or not married. Who in the hell does he think he is? Oh, it feels so nice today. So this is where we sit today on the precipice. That's very good, Dr. Frankenstein. Well, so are the 10 Commandments are a great recipe for success of a society, aren't they? I tell people that. How you doing, Bob? I tell people that and they're taken back from me. Why? I mean, think about them. There it is. Where do you think they came from? Outer space? They were authored by the hand of God. That's where they came from, so people could live in peace and harmony. And I'm waiting for the delivery boys. Where are they? Bringing the food. That old story. Yeah, the old serpent slithered in because human nature will not be. Human nature will always come to the fore. That's exactly correct. Without the binding power of the Lord, it's all turns to shit. That's right, Dr. Frankenstein, but that disappeared in 1963. We didn't need it anymore. We outgrew it. Now look at our kids today and our grandkids. Can't even teach in school anymore. Oh, you're not a psychologist. You don't know. I gotta play poker. Bob, it's gonna be it's a little more difficult to find a cash game down there now. For me, myself, and I don't have the patience anymore to sit in cash poker games. But a lot of the card rooms have, yeah, Alan Gender. A lot of the card rooms have closed up because there's just not enough return on investment for them. I have the number one, my congressman's the number one avowed atheist in the House of Representatives, period. And the county perfectly reflects that. Anyway, we know the roots of it. Mystery, I have no idea, babe. I have no idea. I don't even begin to know. Please hit the thumbs up. No human being is born ethical. We're gonna be delivering our Uber Eats. Let's get it on. Simply unbelievable. I guess I'm more a believer in what happens. I mean, it's important, Dr. Frankenstein, but I think it's what happens in the home and family formation that's absolutely the most critical thing. Absolutely the bedrock of it all. When I was in school, we had the fish fried every week. It was great. A fish head stew. What's going on, Tish? Have a fish head stew. Yeah, of course it is. I'm just saying, but the family unit is the basis of all civilization, and it derives its values from something greater than on this earth. It takes sacrifice, humility, humbleness, faith, and a lot of selflessness. Putting your kids first. Oh, it feels so nice today. Good news today for the sauce, guys. I already seeded all the tomatoes, so it's going to be a fast canning. I got all the glasses cleaned in the dishwasher. Yeah, it's a very comfortable day today down here. It's in the 70s. Very nice. You've got mail. I would have to say that social media was really the accelerant. Because people would say things on social media that they would never say to your face. That was something very new. Unfortunately, it very much affected the young. U.S. robotics, that's it. What was the baud rate? 1,500. So here we sit today, Dr. Frankenstein, with AI that can break into private databases and right, oh, we got to keep a lid. We have to let we got to restrict this power of AI. Yeah. Pretty wild. Enjoy the cool, boys. I think it's going to be heating up again. I love Bob's like, that's great. Bob, you're the best, man. You are the best. Yeah, it's super nice today. Bob just put our minds at ease immediately. So I don't know where you play a cash game over there. They just weren't making enough money off the poker. Bob is a comforting kind of guy. When I lived in rural Alabama, I'm surrounded by hundreds of retired military. You know, ain't nobody gonna break into somebody's place in rural Alabama. Yeah, everybody's got their money into their cars now. That's where the money is for young people. That's affordable still. Instead of buying a house, you live with mom and dad and you put it into your car. Big ass sound systems. They didn't use gun. Yeah. The good thing about my neighborhood is nobody has shit in their houses. I mean, you literally break in and do what? Steal the pots. They walk across to the yard, the permanent yard sale, and pick up new pots across the street. life or whatever. Hey, Adam. I don't know, Mystery. I wasn't there. Yeah, we got the Gone with the Winds when they were that channel that did sailing and RVing. They were in Netherlands and parked in a garage, and they had cameras, and people in the office were watching on cameras as they put their camera gear into the trunk. So while they were at eating or whatever, they came out, their glass was busted, their shit was going. You never want to do anything in a parking garage of messing around with things. You just want to park your car and get out of it. You look at what goes on in Europe with all the rip-offs and freaking gypsies and pickpockets and shit. It's too hard to make $1 these days, so people turn to that stuff. Yes, I do, Tish. I pulled off, if you saw my YouTube short, I pulled up the red onions today. We're going to field dry them for a week or so. And then get them into the drying inside the Shine Shack. What a glorious thing to have 8 bags of onions. How you doing, Adam? Bob cracks me up. Bob's like, this is the way it is, man. Come on down and mess with me, boy. Yes, that's it, Dr. Frank. That's a representation government. When the guy that ran for nomination for the Democrat nominee for the Senate in Michigan for the fall, we're going to have cheaper groceries and lower house prices and this and that. Oh, yeah? Okay. It's called populism. And populism meets economic reality, which turns into radicalism. And now radicals are beginning to ascend to the positions of power. Yeah, I hear you, Tish. I don't take it for granted, babe. I don't take it for granted, but when I grew a year's worth of onion and a year's worth of sauce and diced tomatoes, I felt pretty doggone happy. It's just a natural pushback. I mean, things were supposed to be better, but economics doesn't respect political party. Economics runs its own game plan. And you can only convolute and distort it so much before it begins to unwind viciously. Yeah, they're pretty good, Tish. I'm going to harvest all my pears and put them under refrigeration. They have to be refrigerated to come up to maturity. Can some pears. Yeah, I've spoiled it. I don't even put the back into production. So I'm just using the planter boxes that I put in years ago. And you can see how productive they've been for growing. I mean, I'm up to 80 pounds of tomatoes now. Oh, I love the month of August. Happy birthday to my big sister and my big little brother today. A lot of people in my neighborhood, I don't want to have guns, don't want to have guns. Yeah, that's cool, Steve. Did you need the rain over there? Okay, we got a hug. How you doing, bro? Let's shake hands. There we go. We're gonna give a hug. There we go. We got love on each other. It's been a dry bone out here, Steve. Been a dry bone. Dry bone, babe. We gotta make up some sauce. This damn thing out of here. Go and take him down fast. The only edge I have with the weapon is proficiency. I'm having to move every quarter when I can get it. Oh, okay. Sounds like the dogs on the Christmas song. Roof, 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 roof. Roof, 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 roof. Hey, Alex, how are you? Roof, 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 roof. Well, it's good to see you. We're just chilling out. I haven't been live in a couple days. So I have the prepping onions for storage video tomorrow. Then I was at the Boston Janus yesterday. That was a fun day. I'm going to be putting that video together. Trying to move the boss's 125-gallon tank with fish in it. And a big surprise too in the tank. Yeah, we're only been having about 20%. It's been very dry here. I'm air drying, I'm field drying my onions right now before I take them into the shine shack for drying. No, it was, let me tell you, Dr. Frankenstein, stay tuned. You talk about dicey. I don't know, Steve, because it just doesn't rain here, so the grass doesn't grow. It's raining completely. Yeah, we had a little complication with this tank that didn't allow us to drain it completely. Why don't you do some videos around Parker, Arizona, and show us the town a little bit? My fish tank, I haven't cleaned it. Crystal clear. Boss changes water all, it cleans it constantly. Are we going to eat at Gross Boys, or what are we doing tonight? Grossman's Deli? Oy vey. I wouldn't mind a big container of matzo ball soup tonight. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just, yeah, Steve, it's just grass. I mean, really, the only thing I keep going is the small front lawn, and that's mostly weeds anyway. Sounds like the Jupiter 2 spaceship. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. Prescott, that's high altitude. That's very cool. That's much cooler. Prescott, Arizona is 6,000 feet, bro. They call it a highway. Our highways, they put oleander, they planted. Oleander just, I don't know how it survives. It just loves the heat and dryness. Do 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 do. I want to have a fish head stew with you. To have a fish head stew. We call this mine in here oleander in here. Yeah, it's a very poisonous bush, but it's very well suited for desert climates. A lot of guys living in their vehicles now. I haven't seen Billy the Hillbilly around in a couple of years. Billy the Hillbilly. too cool to enjoy some better things like weekend musics. Well, Prescott should be nice up there. It's a lot of money up in Prescott. I look older and tired, baby. I'm 68 years old, Adam. You got to go sometime, babe. You got to go sometime. I'm worn out, bro. Worn out. So we're trumpet lily plants. I don't think I've ever heard of the trumpet lily plants. I don't know. Oh, the whole crew's. It's like a damn family unit. I don't know what the hell it is. Everybody's hugging each other. I don't know. What's happened to land with the poisonous? Oh, mystery, I'm not worried about what Adam says. The large flowers hang upside down. So it can grow in a dry climate, huh? Thanks, Tish. I do work circles around everybody, and I'm certainly not what you'd call lazy. And I'm happy. Man, we got the whole crew over here. You look young and you were, thank you. Ooh, oleanders are poisonous. I grow mine and Lord, take inside in winter. That's cool. Next Monday, I got to get my allergy shot. I can't remember. I can't forget to do that. I didn't end up donating blood because I was down at the Boston Janet's yesterday. So that was that. That was the end of that. Some kind of joy juice on the lens. Where the hell did the thing go? I don't know where the hell it went, boys. Where in the hell that went? Can't wear that. It's got some kind of joy juice on it. Yeah, I don't know where the hell it went. It probably ate it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Good call. I've got to get the joy juice off of it. time around, and now we're taking time to get some rest, but then again, life is different for everyone. Sure is. But you know what, Adam? I still want to help people out. And I will until I drop dead. Oh shit, that damn lens just popped right out. Woo. That's rugged, dude. I'm extremely happy to be 68. Brings me one step closer. What the hell is with this thing? Man, we mangled this baby up. Well, get seated in there, boys. The baby's still not in there. I think that's it. There we go. Paparama, yes. Oh, these are very strong sunglasses. These are very strong. Roosevelt, you are so fine. Best thing I did was get one of these holders. There. 68 years young. Yeah, man. I hope to God everybody enjoys the health that I have at 68. That's the real thing, man. I feel very blessed, Tish, to be able to go on those and sustain that Vegas heat. And it's pretty doggone cool. I won't be able to do it forever, but I will do it as long as I can. Just like tomorrow night, we're going to be doing a street stream tomorrow. And we're going to end up down at Mitote. Oh man, I've got a heart like crazy. I just see if their beer thing is open down there. My heart is excellent. I got nothing to complain of. Not a nunca. It just depends, Adam. I mean, I've been very fortunate to live in climatologically one of the best places you can be in summer in the United States, right here in coastal central California. It's good in summer. It's good in winter. Yeah, sometimes you get long rainy stretches, but what a tremendous place to live. I don't have to use AC. I don't have to use heat. It's just like a perfect climate. It rains like hell in Southern California, just like it rains like hell in Northern California when the season comes. No, I can only put somebody in the Shine Shack that has a dependable source of income. I mean, it's important because in California, you really have to protect yourself because they train people to be lowlifes in this state. What's going on? Is that Sig? Yeah, he stayed there for 3 nights. Yeah. Molasses Murphy, I don't know what happened to her. She might have ended up institutionalized. She was going off the deep end. Well, that's good, Adam. Live the life. You don't have to ask anybody for anything. You're all ready to go. Best way to be, baby. Self-contained units. I haven't seen her in a long time. It's like she started to lose her mind, babbling on camera and all that stuff. She went down a bad road with what's his name? Yeah, Ronnie. Oh, shit. It's feeding time. Yeah, that's what I mean. That makes it a problem, Adam. I want somebody can show me a W-2. She took her metal lunch pail. Maybe that's a pocketbook. No, that's a lunch pail. Yeah. I don't know what Adam would do on the Rancho. I don't know. Can't have the drinking. Nice not to smell weed around. Legal Eagle, baby. He's got a good gig going there in Parker. Alright, well, we might as well get cooking. I got a ways to go. So I didn't sleep with that fan on last night. That temperature really dipped. Gave me that damn cramp in the back. Timbits. Pretty quiet tonight. Yeah, that's a California blue there, Tish, every day. Unless we have smoke. Man, this is all clogged up today. Everybody wants to turn into the hood. Make the turn, make the light, make the light, make the light. Let's see if Sign Girl is still down here. And they've done a lot of digging around here. I have no idea what the hell is going on. We almost didn't make the light, boys. Shit. We almost didn't make the light, boys. Look for the pink sign. There it is. We gotta get cooking. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button. Sure to hit that thumbs up. Okay, we got this. We got this. We got the battery pack. Oh man, I got a whiz. Get this in here. Safe and sane, baby. Safe and sane. Oh. I was hoping Melody, I don't want to open this bag till she's around. Good, I don't see any cats. Hopefully they all went away. Oh no. Oh no. Well, talk about the horror. It's the laziest cat I ever saw in my life. Anyway, guys, I already seeded these today, so they're ready to be processed. First thing I need to do is wash my hands, and we're gonna get the show on the road here. Let me get this set up so we're safe and sane. Let me get this plugged in. Let's get the show started on the road. Let's get these tomatoes going, 'cause I love you. All right, let's wash our hands. Let's put some dishes away. I'm so happy it's harvest time. I see so many jars of tomatoes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So many jars of tomatoes. I do. I do. All right, let's get this out of here. We ran the dishwasher for the jar. I'm so glad I bought so many jars. I bought like 100 jars years ago. Before all the inflation hit. Really good ones too, ball jars, which are good. The ones you want. It's the ones you want, ladies and gentlemen. That's the ones you want. That cat's got a life, man. Let me tell you, Goliath doesn't do anything except just eat. That's his whole deal, is sleep. Okay, we gotta get the big pot going with the water. Let's get this out of here. We got our rings and things. Got our little clean shot glass for tomorrow night. Has this thing got, what the hell was this thing so? Is this, what is that? It's got some kind of smudge on it. Hold on a minute, guys. Can't have that. Clean your lens. That's better. There we go. Always tell a dirty ass lies. Okay. Let's get this out of here. This should go very fast tonight because I've already processed the tomatoes. I already got them seeded. Should be pretty fast tonight. Hey, can you say Goliath, Goliath? Goliath is such a bad boy. I don't know if we have any more onions here. We're going to start swinging in our new onions, which is pretty cool. Very cool. Salt, pepper, tomato paste, vinegar, pepper, citric acid, lid, garlic. Let's get the show on the road. First thing we need to do, we need to get our big pot of water boiling. We're canning. Get that filling up. And let's get our food processor. Tomorrow we're going to be street streaming. We got the food processor. You got to cover your ears on this. This can get kind of loud over here. It's going to take a while to fill that up. Let me get a drink of water. That's important that we start that water for the canning, for the water bath early, because that's going to take a while. That's going to take a while to get going. I can't forget next Monday I got my allergy shot. This is going to bang your ears out here. Got to make sure you have enough water in this pot that the glass jars are submerged underwater. I don't peel them because when I put them in a food processor, it totally disintegrates the peel. You don't need to take the peel off. It obliterates it. Obliterates. All right, we're just about there. This thing is heavy. I think that's about it. Let's see where we're going to put this. I think you can see over the top of that okay. No, I haven't. The tomato, I got to go out now and get the first thing I want to do is process the tomatoes. I need another pot to put the stuff into. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to put the tomatoes right in. They're already seeded. And you don't have to peel them because this food processor just absolutely eviscerates The peel. Cover your ears. Beautiful. First load. Nice. Didn't take me long to seed them at all. I just cut them in off the end and then just squeeze out. Works perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. Beautiful. Roosevelt, you are so fine in the kitchen. Yes, I am. Next load. Much faster today than it was. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Food process is a very good thing to invest in. Last load. Last load of tomatoes. Let me wash this out. This is where we're going to heat our sausage tonight. One more load. Really nice puree. Beautiful, beautiful puree. Thumbs up or appreciated. Wash that out. Let it soak a little bit. Be very careful with that blade, because we're going to need to chop up the onions in here too. Right now, we can pour all of our sauce right into there. Okay. We've got the beautiful load. We're gonna go get the bag of onions here. These are the first Rancho onions I've ever used in production here. Out, you monkey. Alright, look at these beautiful onions. That is unbelievable. We're going to open this. And we're going to pull. We're going to use the little ones here. And then we're going to close this baby right back up again. How cool is that? Own magnificent Rancho onions. So I'm going to I can go ahead and, so I'm going to use these right away. I can wash these babies off a little bit. Perfect. Now I'm going to process these onions. Isn't this exciting the first time you use your own homegrown onions? Oh, wow. They haven't been sitting in a warehouse for months. Beautiful. See, the color is perfect in there. Everything. Chop these down, take off that outer. She's going to go right into the food processor. Better cut that in half. Throw that right in. And then we're going to do the rest of them. Peel off that outer bits. Perfect. That like a perfect Rancho onion. It's really a nice sense of accomplishment there. Probably one of the easiest vegetables I ever grew. Nothing bothered it at all. No bugs came near it. The cats didn't mess with it. Just perfect. My kind of low effort growing. Man. It's always best to let them cure a bit. Okay, so there we go. We're going to get rid of all this crap. I'm going to put it on the compost pile. Be right back. All we got to do is knock this down now. Ah. And that's it. All those beautiful onions right in. Watch your fingers. Right there. And then all we have to do is throw some garlic in. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? Open up our garlic. And let's see, we're going to put a generous amount of garlic in here. About 1 big clove. And I like to use the pre-peeled. Oh, how you doing, Chess? Yeah, it's going to have excellent flavor to it. All right, we're going to switch pots once things get going here. We're going to put the stir pot right in front of you. Right now we're just heating up the water bath for the canning. All right, we're going to grind up this. All of this goodness right out there. What a way to do garlic, man. What a way to do garlic. That's what I'm talking about. Do not hurt yourself on the blade. So far, I've successfully gone through canning season without hurting myself on the blades. Hey, NH, how are you? All right, we're going to open up 3 cans of tomato paste. This gives your sauce some depth to it, so it's important. Cans are a little bit weird, but they came out of the grocery outlet, so it's a real discount place. So sometimes stuff doesn't work in there as it should. Good tomato paste anyway. Got 2 open. Don't cut yourself on the cans. I just get everything all in at one time and then fire away. What a weird cans. They're not even like, I don't know, whether they're tin or they're like steel. They're weird. Strange cans. All right, let's get the back of a knife. Hold your knife backwards. That's how you clean up a can right there. That stuff comes out easy, man. No doodling around with spoons. No doodle. This will probably be our last tomatoes we can for the season. Because we got diced tomatoes and we got red sauce. Tonight we're back on the red sauce. Okay, we need a tablespoon of rice wine vinegar to give that real umami. We're also going to save the vinegar for wiping the top of the jars and the rings, sealing rings. A couple tablespoons of Italian seasoning. You can tell I'm not a big measurer. Two tablespoons of salt. Two tablespoons of black pepper. And boys, that's about all you need. We're going to get that stirred up. And we're going to get some fire in the hole here. We're going to stir all of that in carefully and slowly. And that is going to make one incredible sauce. All right, we're going to put the heat to it. What we're going to do is put this here. We're going to move this big pot over here. Because I want you to be able to see the sauce come together down below. So we're going to slide this into here. And there we go. We're going to stir that good. That's got the onion, the garlic, the pepper, the salt, a little bit of vinegar in there. And you should immediately give that an initial test. That's already good right there. Put the heat to it. Here we go. Those onions are nice and strong. And they're going to cook down beautifully. All right. Look at how beautiful that looks. Make sure to handle your food processor carefully. I can't tell you the number of times I've been cut on those blades. They are brutal. Oh, you're packed up your car, huh? That's cool. Going on a bit of a holiday. Here, make sure to unplug it, dry the top good. Where are you going on holiday? Yeah, I heard about that, Jens, I heard about that, unfortunately. I did, babe. It's disheartening, but you don't have to worry about nature anymore. When you have people out there, unfortunately, they're so detached from reality and so ingrained with evil these days. You don't have to worry about lightning starting fires. No, I didn't hear that, Jens, but I've never seen you before, so I know there's a punchline in there. Incoming amateur hour trolling. Okay. Clean up a few dishes while we're here. our glasses are in the dishwasher. And I haven't taken them out, so they're very sterile still. They haven't been exposed to the air at all. While that's heating up, we want to make a beautiful sauce here that's not going to break, meaning it's not going to get watery on the plate. That is important. I want to do my cleaning as we go. All right, dry stuff off, and guess what? All the prep work has been done. Every bit of the prep work is done. Ooh, that's already bubbling. Let's turn that down a bit. All right. Well, look at that, how red that got all of a sudden. Look at that, man. Red. Oh, that's delicious. That is delicious. Dry this off. Get this out of here. Believe it or not, ooh, that thing's bubbling away. Turn that down a little bit. I don't want this thing blopping out all over the place. Look at how that got real red. Isn't that beautiful? This is going to make an amazing sauce. I can already tell it needs some more salt. Okay, we're going to move this over here. A shot of salt. And I also want to put some sugar in it to cut the acidity some. I don't measure stuff when I do my sauces. I know it drives some people crazy. All right. That was about 2 tablespoons of sugar right there. We're going to turn the heat down. There we go. And we're going to let that happily bubble away, get that all mixed in. Wow, that is right near, it would be, no, I don't think I'd grow garlic. I guess I could. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know. Okay, over here I'm going to put my jars. Wipe this down. And I'm going to put, all my jars have been very carefully sterilized in the dishwasher. Over here I'm just wiping off my cutting board. I don't want to put the hot jars directly on the countertop over there. Okay, we're going to follow that sauce right through. And then once the sauce is done, we're going to reverse the position and put the canner over here and bring the sauce over here. Now I'm going to get the jars out. All my jars have been beautifully run through. Canning to me now is like second nature. I don't think I'm going to need 8 jars, but I'll have them here anyway. I'm going to go grab the funnel. Oh, my onions just were beautiful. No, we're not going to pressure. This is not pressure canning, but it's water bath canning. Here is my funnel for filling and my grabbers for working it with the heat. Okay, very important. Okay, that's starting to get hot. And you want to always test and taste your sauce. As it comes together, that's great. Now over here, I have citric acid. Little bag of citric acid I got from the beer supply store. And we use this in moonshining to adjust the pH to get it down for a better ferment. I'm going to put 1/4 teaspoon in the bottom of each jar behind here. You can't really see it, but because tomatoes are a low acidity fruit, you have to add either lemon juice or citric acid. So I'm gonna do like 5 at first. Maybe I'll do 6. 6 jars. If we don't use 6, I can just pour it back from the last jar. But this is important. This is really critical that citric acid or lemon juice be added to lower pH so it preserves and holds better. They're not high acidity. Let's put it this way, they're not high enough, whatever they are. So if I add that ahead of time, then I've already ensured that I've done it. And when I go to fill the jars here, I've already got the citric acid in the bottom of it. And that's really, really good. So we want this to really, see how easy it is to can? So easy to can. You have to do it safely though. Tomatoes, if you don't process them properly, you could get botulism and die. So it's very important that they be done the right way. That's coming along good. Once we get this up to cannable taste, thickness, we're going to switch this canning bath for here and put this over here so you can watch the canning process actually take place. I also have lids and rings, and don't reuse the rings, the lids. They're one use only. I'm going to pull them out, keep them nice, and then I'm going to be wiping them with vinegar, the sides of the jar. I'm going to have some vinegar on the paper towel, wipe the sides and the top of the jar, and also wipe the lid, and that gets a better seal. Nicer now than canning when it was 100 and something here. But you got to can when the stuff is ready to go, and this is going to save me a lot on sauces and diced tomatoes here because I do a lot with it all during the year, as you guys know. That taste is spectacular now. Then once it's in the water bath, we'll go in the other room and hang out a bit and let that, we'll have some peanuts. These beautiful homegrown onions. The video's coming tomorrow of processing them for hanging. And they're going to keep beautifully all summer and into the fall and into the spring. I pulled the red onions today. If you look at the YouTube shorts, oh man, that just look at that collar on that. Look at that collar. Is that collar what it is? It is what it is. That color is beautiful. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. It is so beautiful. I like that. Everything's cleaned up. The pepper's good. The Italian seasoning is good. I like the flavor balance of it. Salt is good. Everything is spot on. We got one extra tomato paste we can put away. That's it. Don't forget, tomorrow night we're going to be having a street stream. Should still be pretty comfortable out. What we're trying to do on these tomatoes right now is remove the metallic taste and thicken this up by reducing here. Does that look good? Hey LSA, how are you? All the homegrown onions and the homegrown tomatoes. Imagine being able to pull that. I did tomato paste one year. You can see the video, but you have to reduce it so much for paste. It took forever. Tomato paste is very laborious to run that. It takes a long time to get the tomatoes reduced down with all the moisture gone to a paste form. I mainly use sauces and things for spaghettis, pizzas, all that type of thing. So this is perfect. Man, that's good. That is good. So don't forget to either add lemon juice or citric acid to your jars to protect yourself, to raise the acidity level so it's harder for bacteria to grow in there. I have to really give everybody that critical disclaimer here, because you can die from your own canned food and other people's too. That's why it's important that once your stuff is canned, you remove the rings so it's easy for you to tell if your seal has been compromised. If I have a ring on this and store it like that, I have no idea what the seal is like. I quickly just take it, open it, pull it up, and pour it in. I might not even have noticed that the sealing was compromised on it. This gives you warning. Do not store your stuff with rings on it. You want to visually inspect, and when you open that, you want to hear that vacuum pop in there, okay? And the ring might prevent you, it might save you from dying. Take off the rings. You should always visually and sound inspect everything you can just to make sure it's still safe. It's a one-way valve, Ronnie. Once they get hot, they create a vacuum. And as they cool down, that vacuum gets tighter and tighter and tighter. I don't cook with jalapenos. I'm lazy. I just use cayenne pepper. That's it. I like hot food, but I just use cayenne. So I'm sorry, but that's something I got my vinegar ready to go too, to be able to wipe off the lids. And we're also going to leave a ½ inch of head space on the top of the jar. We're not going to fill it up all the way to the top. That creates that vacuum line. Everybody should be able to can everything. I got Mouse Toes, who used to be a moderator here. She cans whole chickens, all kinds of stuff. But I don't know if that's cost effective, because I can just buy a cheap $4.99 chicken. $4.99 chicken from Costco, so I don't know if it's really cost effective. Also canning beef broth and chicken broth. I just don't know. For me, this makes a lot of sense because you're using up every bit of what you grew in the garden. And I have a pumpkin this year that just showed up out there. I got pears that's still to be harvested. Put in the refrigerator to ripen. This Rancho has been in high gear for the last month. Last month. We're making homemade red sauce here. And it's already reducing very nicely. Really want that to bubble away. Yeah, I think she saves a lot of stuff, but I'm not sure if the human effort time-wise, and I mean, if you're retired, it's good. I'm not sure if the effort at the margin is worth it. I look at what I use the most of, onions and tomatoes, so it's absolutely critical that I grow as many as them as I can, because this is the first time I've used my own onions here that were grown. And I have onions clear through till next harvest season. I mean, I bought these storage bags. That are ventilated. And I have so many onions. How you doing, Judy? Hi, Kelly. I got the video coming tomorrow. And I harvested the red onions today, and I have them field drying for a few days. Dry them right in the field first before they go into long-term storage and processing. So it's been a great year. Been a great year. Yeah, French onion soup. Yeah, exactly. Man, that's good. I added a couple tablespoons of sugar too to cut the acidity. I don't know what you're going to celebrate. Peanuts and a beer. As soon as we get this stuff into the water bath. Oh yeah, that's right. Pat's coming back from the institution. Oh, shit, I forgot. We got our ladle ready to go. Yeah, I'll try to make some onion. You know, that's a very good idea. I got some really big onions, Mark. That's a very good idea. That is a very good idea. Although I rarely have fried foods. Yeah, that's reducing down really well. Oh yeah. You can use some red wine vinegar. 2 does a nice job. Yeah, it could be. It depends. I mean, if you can grow stuff at scale, you're great. I mean, I have a big property, but everything this year just came out of the planter boxes. That's a beautiful red sauce. We're waiting for those little capillaries to break down in the heat and become super smooth here. And we test the sauce. We have a little plate. And we scoop it out and we put it on the plate. And we watch and see if it runs. See how that runs? That sauce is not ready yet. That sauce will break. Oh, Kelly, we used to be able to laugh, babe. We used to laugh, honey. All that steam coming off is just H2O water. Just be careful it doesn't blop up on you and burn you. Stir it so it doesn't stick. Oh yeah, sauerkraut, that's cool. I think that's the best batch I made. Just hit that flavor. It's really hard to mess up a red sauce. The way you mess it up is forget to put lemon juice or citric acid into your jars. That's a problem. Yeah, please hit that thumbs up. Thank you guys for being here. We got the red sauce going tonight. We got our water bath canner. We're going to put this over here and this over here so you can watch the canning process once we get this up to the point it's not going to break. That means we have to release sufficient moisture from the process to make sure it sticks together and doesn't run all over the place. Yeah, brown sugar's fine too. That's a good ad. Some people slice up carrots or dice them or process putting carrots too. That's another way of introducing sugar into it. No, I didn't go to Cardinal Newman. I was on the East Coast. Tupac and I went to the same junior high school. All right. Oh, that's nice. This is really coming good now, this. Sometimes it gets a little bloppy. Yeah, they're moving to Vegas. Maybe they'll have better luck there than in Oakland. Yeah, I've been to quite a few River Cats games and a few A's Giants games up there. They've been fun. Real fun. We're not that far away from canning time. So remember, if you go to a beverage supply store where they sell makings for beer, or you can buy it online, buy a thing of citric acid and put a quarter teaspoon in the bottom of the pints or a half a teaspoon in the quart jars. That'll be sufficient. Oh, nice, Stockton. That's nice. As it gets thicker, it starts to put up like a volcano, big boop, boop, boop. So you have to be careful you don't get hit. Sure you don't get hit. You can see all the moisture that's releasing though. That's a lot. Yes, I am. It's still breaking. And that's oops, shit, that went right on me. That's a lazy way to make sauce. When you make a sauce that still has too much water in it, you have a more profit, but you have less of a good sauce. I've been canning for about 4 years now, Naomi. Tell your mom about 4 years. And my confidence level is very high. No, I was not in Santa Rosa. I was in Baltimore. That's where I'm from. Well, you know, Gonzo, God helps those that help themselves. So I guess that's the moral of the story. And just to make you sleep better at night, the cots are doing great. Yeah, you can sauce with meat in it, yes. Pre-cooked the meat, yes. I just rarely use meat in sauce. Oh, that's getting nice and thick now. It's getting nice and thick, boys. Nice and thick. Still breaking. Not as bad. Yeah, that's already gone down about an inch or so. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. No, I don't think it changed the process. Oh, I wouldn't want to make sauce all the time, Mystery. Baking a cake for whose return? Chairman Meow? All right, let me feed the cats here. Out, you pixies! Everybody looks hungry. They're kung fu fighting. Oh. Yeah, they're nervous because they have to give such an amount of warnings. It's like when you buy an electric outlet, you have to put 1,000,000 warnings on it telling people don't stick your tongue or your fingers in the electric socket. Right? It might make you to think it's very dangerous to do anything with electricity. Ah. But you hear all the disclaimers for pharmaceuticals. May cause impotence, death, you know, murder, whatever. All right, we're getting a bit closer, boys. I don't know where the hell the paper towels went. Should probably do this outside, but you'll use too much gas. It'll be very ineffective. Gas for the barbecue grill is expensive compared to running it inside. Oh, man. Yeah, see, that's holding much better now. All right, we're only a couple minutes away. Oh, that's out of sight. That is excellent day. We're getting ready to we're going to swap these out position-wise. This is up to a beautiful temperature now. Okay, so we're going to turn that off right now. We're going to remove this. We're going to remove that. And we're going to use our oven mitts. We're going to slide this over here. We're going to turn that down there. We're going to lift this up, put it over here, move this over here, and turn the heat back on. And then over there, we're going to do the canning. You can see all of the stuff there. Give a like. We got the sauce that's ready to go. The heat's off. We want to give that a stir. We want to get our lids ready to go here. This is all nice and hot. Try not to touch the seal on the bottom. We're going to use a little bit of paper towel. Give that a good stir. We're going to leave a ½ an inch of head space in the jar. Very important. And one at a time, we're going to take some vinegar here. We're going to make sure to put some on the chops. Put that seal on. Put a ring on. Put that aside. Put the next jar into position. Beautiful red sauce. That's about it. Same deal. We want to have the best seal that we can have. Top. There's number 2. Put them tight, not crazy tight, but tight. You got to use a funnel or you'll burn the hell out of yourself, let me tell you. You got to keep this stuff separate from where the hell you are. This is where the catastrophe happens for canning. When you get burned by super hot liquids, and you will go to the hospital, and they won't be able to do a damn thing for you. Okay. Give you some strong painkillers. That's about it. See how neat the process is. Yeah, hey, God. Take your time, don't rush. Keep everything very sterile. Number 4. I figured I'd be putting about 6 of these up. And that's probably going to be exactly it. And before you would ever pour this direct on the spaghetti, you would make sure to heat it up some more and even remove some more moisture. Alright, let's do one more here. Then I'm going to take, I have a jar in here. It's the refrigerated one. And I'm going to add some in here. This is under refrigeration, so this will be used up pretty quickly. This one we're going to seal. And there should be enough to put in here. You can fill this all the way up, it doesn't matter. Alright, look at that, that's absolutely perfect. Okay? We're not done yet. Now comes the safety protocol. This can just be put away because this is under refrigeration. That's fine. Might have some of that tonight. Not much left. It turned out a pretty clean operation right there with 6 jars. Do a final taste test there. That is fantastic. That's a hell of a sauce right there.
Oh, that's good.
All right, perfect. I might have some noodles later or something, but put a little soap in here to wash this out. I ain't no Ina Garten, but I'd say, boys, that's pretty good. We're waiting for this to come up. That's now boiling. So we're going to switch this over here to this side. This is where you really need to have these grabbers. This is critical. This is where you really get your margin of safety. That every bit of air is squeezed out of these. Well, you need to have really good jars so you're not risking shattering glass. We need to cut that to come up to a boil, and it's at about a boil now for a good half hour. These have to be in here. And we're gonna go get a beer and get some peanuts here while that's going on. We'll set the timer, but I think you would agree, we're not talking about rocket science here. When it comes to canning, it's easy if you do it carefully. We want that to definitely come up to temperature. And then we'll get our timer on. Yeah, you'll get a little bit of a mess when you're canning, but it's worth it. I've had this stove since 2011. 15 years, I've kept it in excellent shape. It's a professional 5-burner stove. When I take these out, you'll hear it ping, ping, ping as the seal goes on. So nice to have good red sauce all winter, all spring, all fall. All right, let's get our timer. And we're gonna let this bubble away for about 35 minutes. So I'm gonna get the other room set up real quick and get you guys in there. Perfecto. Let's go into the room. We're gonna let them boil away. Sanitize, sterilize, set those seals really well.
Really exciting to learning, including my time with you all. The Constitution is clear. Only Congress can declare. However, legal scholars tend to agree that the president is breaking that law by starting a war with Iran. What more can you in the House do to take back its authority?
So there are two things that I see. Actually, there are a number of things, but two things that pop up immediately. One is a president who was duly elected, who doesn't care about the
All right,
Constitution.
let's get some peanuts,
And
boys.
Because I'm a Democrat, we are in what we're calling the minority. So we don't have control over the House of Representatives where I sit. We don't have control over the Senate. We don't have control over the executive branch. And we no longer have control of the judiciary, meaning the Supreme Court isn't a fair. They're not doing what we always thought they would do, was, be fair and just and
Yeah, I
abide
think
by the
everybody
Constitution.
should try
That being
canning.
said,
I got a
every
good book here.
War powers resolution that has come before
not
the United
sure.
States House of Representatives in the last
Mouse Toes might have sent me this.
and helped to champion. And this last one, actually the last two, moved through the House floor. Even Republicans, not all, but some are.
It's had a pressure can that's using under pressure.
Threatens people, but,
Complete guide to pressure canning.
do the right by our constituency, by the Constitution.
And in here,
To support these war powers
man, you can do
resolutions that basically
anything.
say, abide by the Constitution. But knowing that our president
5-bean
doesn't
medley,
care about the
baked
rule of law,
beans, pork and black bean, roasted tomatillo chickpeas,
one, legislate to stop him, but also partner
Stock.
with members of our community and community organizations and legal
Poultry
groups that are
meat,
civil
wild
to help out
game,
the administration. And we have to continue to
beef
encourage
burgundy,
people, in our community to stand up and to vote. We will
turkey sausage,
take
pulled
back the
pork,
House of
beef tips and
Representatives.
gravy. Let's see,
I believe that
145.
we will win in November, not the presidency, but we'll win back the majority.
145.
Slow some of this crazy down. But
Amazing
again, we have almost
reheating.
2 more years with this president, and my concern is that things will get a
Place
bit worse
jars
before
in
they
the
get better.
pressure canner, lock the lid, and bring to a boil on high heat. Let the canner vent for 10 minutes, close the vent, and continue to heating to achieve 11 pounds per square inch.
Remember, we're spending $1 billion.
So they all have to be processed properly.
We've been at war for almost 2 months straight.
Sloppy Joes,
Little girls literally in the
chicken
rubble.
pot pie filling. I mean, there's some people that go crazy. Garden spaghetti sauce.
I'll continue to push, but again, we have a president that needs to be voted out of office.
Thank you. Following last
Yeah, this
night's
is all
primary
used. I have a
election,
it is a
some
pressure
residents
canner I have,
see their moderate counterparts.
but I haven't used it. I just do the basic processing.
November facing Republicans.
2 things. I'm really excited about some of the results from last night. You know, El Said is a colleague of mine, brilliant. I'm most excited about that one race because he had so much money spent against him. What the American people want, we've been hearing it in the hundreds of calls that we get at our office. I have some Republican colleagues that I do talk to. They're getting those same calls at their office. Folks can't afford groceries or gas. And they're wondering
Yeah,
why.
well, what is El Said going to do to make gas more affordable? They're all just bullshitters, boys.
We call it progressives.
They're all just bullshitters.
At the end of the day, people want to eat.
No, it doesn't blow up. Only pressure canning if you don't have all these canners have pressure relief mechanisms. It's impossible to blow yourself up. Only if you're making meth, Tish.
Really capturing human dignity and what people need. And so the American public, not just Democrats, I think there's a loud cry. Politics has
It's very good. Look, I'm happy to cure onions,
right here from this
to have tomato sauce and diced tomatoes. I'm all set for the year.
think about the senior center down the street.
I mean, I'm good to go.
Come into play in late November.
Pizzas, everything.
Grandmas and aunties and grandfathers, how they'll suffer. So we're spreading that message as progressives across the country. And it's more than kitchen table politics. These are the politics, like, literally of your gut ground.
Yeah, pressure cookers have a relief thing, so even if you forget about it, it just. I canned peaches 4 years ago. You can see my video.
That's why progressives are winning, because we're speaking to both the hopes and dreams and the pain and the promise of everyday Americans and folks seeking to be Americans. That's what Berkeley has always been about.
I got pears.
It's the home of Black Panther Party, it's the home of free speech movement, it's the home of young students organizing like yourselves. I'm trying to get your voices out. We just want the rest of the nation to catch up.
Yeah, it's nice. You spend a few hours in summer. You're swimming in produce.
Since Donald Trump began his second term, and with the agency receiving
Okay, that'll be good.
increase in funding, ICE is seeking to expand operations, including here in the Bay
You
Area.
can see how easy it is.
And California officials have attempted to increase
You know, this thing's sealed enough really by just the heat,
What can Congress do?
but this extra dropping in the water bath, this is what really kicks it up to maximum safety.
I want to say something. When I first got into Congress about a year and a half ago, I guess it's been now, we were
And never anything with the rings on.
immigration is a pull up on top of it. But I know where I come from. And I know that immigrants make up the backbone, not only of our society, but of our world. And every faith
Oh, well, thank you, Tish. I just try stuff. I'm too stupid not to try stuff.
The Democrats and Republicans.
Look at how beautiful the onions are.
It's not just the Trump administration who has failed, really the promise of what's ingrained on the Statue of Liberty, right? For me, what has changed is more Democrats and some Republicans are stepping up to, again, listen to their constituents. We don't want our next door neighbor put in handcuffs and thrown in detention without due process. Your question is clear. What we can do is vote hell no every single opportunity, but more importantly, to be on the ground, to do our job and provide oversight, to witness what's happening at these facilities, to call out not just what we don't want, but the kind of immigration system that we do want. One is efficacious, one where folks don't have to wait 20 years to
When are you going up country,
most
Miss
of
Tree?
the folks who are being yanked out of their homes are in a immigration process, and they have been following the law. We all agree that anyone who breaks huge social contracts and who hurts people, they have to be held accountable. The far majority of the folks who are being detained and arrested and abused are doing what they were supposed to do. So my job as a member of Congress is to lift that voice up. Again, these are black and brown folks from all over the world who are doing what they were told to do to seek both asylum and the immigration process. I want to make sure that I'm speaking for them and voting my conscience every single time. And that's all we can continue to do while
Man, that's going to be exciting.
again to vote out these folks who refuse to support the human rights of individuals seeking a better life.
All right, so thank you for that insight. You are calling for an investigation into what you describe as the Trump administration's abuse of emergency towers to support fossil fuel projects.
Yeah, this shouldn't be too expensive. I don't know if there's a special pickling cucumber. Here we only have organic farmers markets that probably really aren't organic.
I will do to stop this project, the last effort. I mean, we've done a number of things, administrative demands, but we are right now trying to stop the funding from moving from, again, from DC to Oakland. I feel like I'll never do that except when it violates really the human rights of children and disabled people and families in a community. Over $80 million is supposed to come to West Oakland to fund a coal terminal. There's arguments for and against, but I know that.
Yeah, we better make sure it's really organic because a lot of people bullshit.
Me in our office, they don't want it. That for too long, whether it's recycling plants or again other industry, it has been a dumping ground. This community and bad air has filled the lungs of generations and generations. We don't want it. We don't want it. We believe, I believe in this Bay Area overwhelmingly, folks want to seek renewable energy opportunities. I will continue to work with my colleagues and continue to organize to try to stop this resource from coming.
Yeah, Tish is great.
Again, the part of many fables that we could talk about that it didn't happen, that it was that we stopped.
Food you shouldn't can.
It's what the people deserve, and that's my job.
Dense food like mashed potatoes.
It's what folks are asking us to do, and it's the right thing to do to stop this resource from coming in.
Milk and milk-based creams.
Remarks for our listeners.
I can't believe how amazing it is to be in this station after so many
Delicate,
years.
soft-skinned fruits and berries. Strawberries turn brown in color and become mushy.
But I had an opportunity to be here as an intern as well in the summer, almost 30 plus years ago, and to see what's happening here. I'm just so honored and proud that I get to be a part of it. Just even today for a few minutes, KPFA is very special in terms of following its mission to speak the truth and to provide voice all over the East Bay for folks who want to understand what's happening on the ground, what's happening in government, what's happening in education, what's happening in the arts.
We got 23
And
minutes.
as a young person who grew
We gotta
up
make sure this is
almost
boiling.
50, I'm just very inspired to be in this space with you. Also, thank you for making the decision to be a part of the truth, to be a part of the journalistic force. The First Amendment is so powerful. Again, it's not just to say what we want, but to have a free press, a press that.
I wouldn't do this outside because the gas
and how
you pay for if you were to use
all over the world.
If you were to use a 5-gallon propane tank, it would be super expensive.
And I'm just so excited that the
House
board,
gas
the
is
staff,
cheap.
and the interns here are really committed to, again, not just the First Amendment, but this idea that we all have voice. And I'm going to keep fighting along with you all, but the power of the pen is more mighty than the sword.
That's it for the Pacifica Evening News. Thanks to our engineer, Laura Schmidt. Our newscasts are made possible from listeners like you. Our newscasts are archived online at kpfa.org and are available as a podcast. For KPFA News, I'm Pearl Patriot.
Man, I was hungry.
I'm Lily Owen. And I'm Amina Gordon. YouthWorks intern team reporting for Pacifica.
It's a good book, The Complete Guide to Pressure Canning, but you don't have to pressure can. You can do regular water bath canning too, like I'm doing.
Hi, I'm Roddy Gill. I help keep KPFA's daily broadcast schedule running smoothly. And as the afternoon board operator, I bring shows like Flashpoints to your speakers. As much as I contribute, none of it happens without listener support. Right now, we need your help. If KPFA means something to you, please donate today at kpfa.org. You, and only you, keep independent radio alive.
You can touch that dial, but you're not going to like what's waiting. This is 94.1 KPFA, 89.3 KPFB in Berkeley, 88.1
Dr.
KFCF
Frankenstein's favorite
in Fresno,
station.
and online everywhere. Tell a friend.
Please hit the thumbs up if you haven't done so.
ORG.
It is appreciated.
94.1.
You know, it's been over 200 years since the gold was discovered here.
Oh, it's the Native American hour.
We're liable to destroy our own rivers and meadows. The same man that put us on reserves and ghettos. The same man that's on those $30 bills that you praise. The same white collar ballers that be trying to be like
White collar baller.
Oh, great spirit, grandfather, grandmother. Thank you for this beautiful red day you've given us, and thank you for our lives.
The station is very divisive.
Jimmy Sunway, greetings relatives, and welcome to Bay Native Circle on KPFA 94.1 FM. This is Morningstar Galley, your host for this evening. Tonight's program focuses on
Everybody's got a bone to pick.
The first voice you hear
Everybody's got a bone to pick.
from the Bay Native Circle program last week that featured Richard Moose Camp. You will hear music by Najoni Ellen Wood.
Our ancestors were really supportive from the beginning about what education is. Education is a sacred service. Education constitutes which means that the power of learning from the gift, whether you go to university or you go to education is a must. Reality is what it is.
This summer I went swimming, this summer I might have drowned. I held my breath and I kicked my feet and I moved my arms around. I moved my arms around. This summer I swam in the ocean and I swam in a swimming pool. Salt my wounds, glory mine, I'm a self-destructive. I'm a self-destructive fool. This summer I did the backstroke, and you know that's not all. I did the breaststroke and the butterfly and the old Australian crawl. The old Australian crawl. This summer I went swimming, this summer I might have drowned. I held my breath Yes,
from
yes,
staff, all of our
yes.
American Indian and
How you doing?
Native college students. And courses on campus and outside of campus as well. Like I said, we do the traditional
Miss Tree is moving up country,
we also
down Asheville way. You know, brother, she's a little nervous. I guess, hey, hey. To move from old Raleigh down Asheville way to see a couple black bears hanging around her way. Good luck, Miss Tree. Moving up country, honey. Farewell, Miss Tree. Farewell, Miss Tree. You're moving up country, Carolina, down Asheville Way, where the bears hang in them trees, and you can see them every day. As you stand naked on your balcony, teasing them old bears. Don't forget that moonshine. Don't forget Rosie's grandma's buried out there somewhere. Oh, green alligator and a long neck, the humpy back Ode to Mystery. That's it, baby. She probably missed her song there.
K through 12 to college.
15 minutes to go.
From K through 12 to school to prison pipeline. So we're really wanting to make sure that we.
Now what we're doing out there,
K through 12 all the way up into college.
that red sauce is already at very high temperature when it goes into the jar. Now with the external heat of the boiling water applied, that really takes the whole baby up to a very high degree. It kills all the organisms inside of that glass jar.
At the end of June.
And then when it cools off, you hear ping, ping, ping. All of the seals set on the jar, so it works really, really well.
Beyond, we host a American Indian Summer Institute, which is something that we take around 30 to 40 students. We take them to different colleges to check those out, and we always say to them, if you are going to look
Soundtrack for my Western there. Oh man.
California specifically to go to a university of their choosing. Sure, you still have to get scholarships.
Always make sure every 10 minutes or so you check in on your pot. Make sure nothing broke.
Work it in almost like throughout the year. You're just constantly applying for scholarships. because those will really help. And there's so many different scholarships that you can be looking into, not just the amazing Native American scholarships that you could apply for, because there's a lot out there, and there's many resources out there. Just people come into our center, either in Davis or in ARC, and can talk with us about it too, and what's the opportunities for them.
Real
So I
safety
really
edge.
suggest everybody to just start applying
Oh,
for
man.
colleges.
Oh.
Big, dream as big as you want, because the opportunities are endless. And I tell our students, you don't just have to go to school in your neighborhood. You can go to school someplace else if that's what your dream is, to go travel and see other places and experience living in another state.
Yeah, who in the hell is gonna pay for it?
You never know. There's all sorts of different places that you can go, and I just don't want
might have come
especially
off.
our
Hold on a
native
minute.
students to really. I want them to be able to see that they can go far, and they can see and go.
Happened there?
Making sure you do
I've just lost my whole damn screen on there.
get into the colleges of your choice, and talk to your native resources on campuses, because many places have native centers or resource centers that are available now. They didn't always have that, but our educational natives in education really fought hard for a lot of places to have native resources. I did not when I was in college, and it was really hard for me as a young student going into education. I've got my bachelor's institute. There was no native anything there.
Yeah, Mystery, you missed a song. I sung to you. Oh, green alligator and a long necklace, a humpty-back down We got 7 minutes. Yeah, way there in Kentucky, my grandma told me I make a little moonshine, and that's okay with me. The neighbors come around and we all drink a bit of grandma's moonshine, like Lucky's do. Oh, grandma in Kentucky still that moonshine so fine. We dance in the circle, we think we're drinking wine. Oh, grandma, now you're gone and we miss you every day. You took the recipe away. We're on fire, Rancho. Everybody. Ghost Riders in the sky, baby. 4 minutes. La Vita Honda.
But yeah, I'd be happy to share a song. All right, when you are ready, we would love it if you would share a song. I send blessings out to you and your team, and just thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today here on KPFA Public Radio. All right, well, thank you so much, Sabah. I really appreciate you having me on today. And,
La Vita Honda. Man. Summertime is so lousy with signals, man. Turn that crap off. Last summer I went swimming. Last summer I might have drowned. But I held my breath and I kicked my feet and I moved my arms around. I moved my arms around. All right, let's go in for the final 3 minutes here. Oh, man. Woo! Watch the grand finale. It didn't even take that much work because I processed all the tomatoes this afternoon. That was easy breezy. Easy breezy. Please hit that thumbs up. Oh, man. I got the video on the onions tomorrow. I believe we're going to pull these babies out. You can hear that stuff bubbling away. We don't want to put these direct on the hot surface here on the ground, and we want to have this on the big ass cutting board we have here. In a couple minutes, I'm going to wash this real quick. La Vita Honda KPFA. Okay. Yeah, please hit that thumbs up button. I like to finish the job and then have not a damn thing to clean up. That's like a dream. That is like a dream, boys. And that's been water canned and water bathed for a half hour. And that should be plenty good. And I'm going to give you a warning. Don't try canning unless you have one of these really good grabbers to pick that stuff up. If you drop this on the floor and it smashes, it is going to give you burns like you wouldn't believe. Safety, 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 safety. Some people wear safety glasses when they're doing this. Now, some people will take old pickle jars, they'll do work pickle jars and stuff. remember, man, the ball jars are tempered glass. They're made to stand up to human stupidity, okay? That pickle jar may not. You see these people in Italy canning their sauce, they're using any old, like, pop bottles and putting a cork seal on top of it. Like, what the hell, man? All right, there we go. Heat off. Let that cool down a minute. You might hear these ping almost immediately here. Hear that? Oh, yep, there's another one. They're pinging fools. Whoa. That's a beautiful thing. That's that vacuum being created. That big, beautiful vacuum. Now, you don't want to waste this hot water. Why? Because if you have a sink, you don't want your sink to clog. Once, twice a year, 3 times a year, you fill a huge pot with boiling water and you pour it down, because your sink rarely gets anything super hot that comes down in large quantities, like 5 gallons of boiling water. It just cleans that baby out like an enema. So I'm going to carefully do this here. This is like a little bonus. Get a good grip. Woo! Man, that just got that pipe like you wouldn't believe down there. Because your regular sink and stuff never puts that volume of water. It moves all that crap around. Well, guys, we got it. We pinged everything out here. You heard the little pings. Pretty amazing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. We got like 3 gallons of sauce and stuff, guys. Enough to pull us through the year. If you've not hit that thumbs up button, please take a second to do so. I really appreciate you guys being here. I'll get the deck of the stove all cleaned up tomorrow. But what a beautiful thing to have your own sauce there. Your own beautiful sauce. Make sure the chops are run good. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me. So I will see you tomorrow. I got the video coming of storing up the onions that we grew. I think you're going to enjoy it. So please, if you haven't hit that thumbs up, thank you, moderators, for everything you do. I so appreciate all of you. No one was harmed in the making of this canning. Tomorrow morning, I will remove the rings and put them in storage on the counter here. It's a lot of fun to use your own, what you grow, to do this stuff. It's fantastic. All right, guys, take care. And I have a feeling one day this is going to come back in a huge way. Thanks, everybody.